Get started. So there we go. All right. Well, welcome aboard, everybody, to another edition of these evening chats where we get together, a colleague and I, and fellow students get together to just talk about usually historical events or trends throughout. Usually we focus on American history, but not exclusively. So tonight, Dr. Robert Miller is joining us, looking at the history of morality in the United States. So this should be quite an interesting topic, to say the least. To begin, Dr. Miller is the one that put together this presentation, so substantially I don't have too much to add to this, but I will just basically open it up by saying that this is always an interesting topic to explore. It's an interesting topic to explore because it really does begin to demonstrate how capricious and almost arbitrary our sense of morality and ethics are. And they almost exclusively, not always, I'm sure we could get, if we had a philosopher here, we could talk about universal truths versus postmodernism, but almost exclusively everything that we tend to value and think between, ideals of between right and wrong, really have to do with culture and history and what we've been told is right and wrong. And just looking back, not even 100 years ago, 20 years ago, the ideas of what is right and wrong are always in flux. And so this topic is always a little bit unsettling because you begin to realize that when you scratch the surface that morality, ethics, are basically the product of words and debate and fights over what one thinks is right and wrong, of what we should shed from the past and what we should move forward in the future.
I mean, I think that one great example of that is that there were moral arguments for slavery, right? The thing that I think that most Americans most universally condemn as an immoral institution was founded with just moral justifications, right? So I do like that intro. I like that there is a transient nature to morality, and that even what we view as right and wrong today, that's not going to be the case in 50 years from now. And there's differences, even very clearly differences within America today about what is right and wrong. Right, that's one of the big part of the big culture wars and a lot of the political wars that we have is perceptions of morality.
Yeah, it is interesting. What one topic that beyond slavery, which is something that I don't think anyone could wrap their heads around, like how could one justify that morally, and even more poignantly, use Christianity to justify it. But the topic that I could relate to that is very interesting and promising to see is the topic of homosexuality.
Yeah.
When I was my son's age, I mean, I remember not consciously, but kind of living day to day in fear of being perceived as homosexual, gay, right? And there was all these little measurements, subtle and not so subtle, of keeping young boys in the male box, right? And if you stepped out of it, your peers would abruptly put you back into it. Obviously, a lot of that still exists to some degree, but I can't imagine it doesn't exist nearly to the extent it existed. What am I going on? 50, 30, 40 years ago.
At least there are pockets where it is well accepted versus completely condemned, right? There just were not that many pockets of acceptance for what was considered at the time sexual deviancy, right, rather than an orientation. And it actually considered a mental illness rather than an orientation, right?
Yeah, clinically at one time before my time, yeah, it was part of the what I forget the book that psychologists refer to,
The
but it was.
journal, the American Journal of Psychology, yeah, listed it as mental illness into the 70s. Right,
Hmm.
pretty. I mean, I don't know the exact date. It could even be as late as the 80s. It's a remarkably late turnaround. So yeah, I think that those are perfect examples of what I mean by the situation of morality being relative to a time and a culture. I'm mostly a cultural historian, so that's the lens that I view things through most clearly. Um, and I think that I view culture as a limiting aspect. I think that I'm different from most cultural historians in that I view culture as kind of a cultural horizon. That your culture doesn't really allow you to do things as much as it restricts you to what you can do. And I think that that's a shift that we've seen in recent years with changing ideas about different sexual orientations and things like that. Do you care if I throw up the PowerPoint right now?
Yeah, let's proceed. Yeah.
So our presentation, Morality in American History, and I wanted to give you some basic definitions of what morality is. These are just, I mean, like, Webster's dictionary kind of things in terms of the definitions, but I think that, it's important to know the terminology that we're looking at. So we're going to be looking at morality, the principles concerning the distinction between right and wrong or good and bad behavior. And part of what we're going to be doing is discussing. Oh, we're kind of scrolling through here. I don't know what's up. Um, Part of what we might be doing with that is again thinking how that relates to one particular time or era in history. Um,
Oops, I lost it.
yeah, I don't know what's going on with the share. I think maybe everyone is listed as presenters, so I think that maybe individuals are kind of changing the slide.
Yeah.
We want
I
to
know.
try to keep it where we're at here. So let's
Okay.
keep it on the definitions for right now.
So yeah, there seems
It's
to
a
be a problem here. So students, don't click on the screen.
This is a particular system of values and principles of conduct, especially one held by a specified person or society, and we're looking at mostly a social definition here. Um, we're looking big picture at America. Immorality, a lot of what we're going to be looking about today, is the antithesis of morality. It is a state of wickedness or behaviors that run contrary to societal norms of good behavior. Often, immorality can be associated with laws, and so it could also coincide with being illegal. And in many other cases, it's just kind of running contrary to social mores or social norms. Vice, and a lot of what my presentation is going to really focus on is the attempt in order to um, match the ideal morality with actions and behaviors in society. There are really strong attempts to regulate vice, and vice is a particular system of values and principles of conduct, especially one held by a specified person or society. Something that is considered immoral or wrong, right? Um, let's push forward. The main argument that I'm going to make is essentially boiled down to the fact that America tends to be more concerned with morality and the regulation of vice in order to achieve that perception of morality than most other Western nation states and empires. And I don't use the term, modern industrialized states for a lot of reasons, but one reason is we're going all the way back to really early colonial times in our study here, and so that wouldn't apply. But essentially, if you look at other nation states around the world, America tends to be a little bit more going a little off the rails here. Yeah, folks, let's try to not click
See if I
um,
can fix
the
that on my end.
presentation if we can.
See.
Um, Americans tend to be more concerned with morality than other nations. And one overarching question is why? Why is that? Why do we have such a preoccupation with morality and the regulation of vice? And if we wanted to, do you want to try to have a little conversation about that right now, or do we want to maybe
Yeah,
conclude with that?
that's a good question. So basically, you're proposing this idea that there is something not necessarily unique, but there is an emphasis in American culture throughout its history to focus
Yeah,
on morality. Yeah, students, is there anything that comes to mind that might explain that at all? What comes to mind for me, Rob, is I think part of it is that the ambiguity of what it means to have a Christian or not a Christian nation, but Adam said Christian values, but an American nation or an American identity.
yeah.
That's something that comes to mind. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of different facets of why morality and ethics seem to be seem to be so emphasized in this country, but the search for a common identity probably explains a little bit of it. It
I
looked like
think so
somebody,
too.
yeah, somebody was raising their hand. If you just want to go ahead and chime in, you can do that. Just turn on your mic or type into the chat box.
And I also don't think that Adam is wrong. I think that there is a stronger religiosity in America than tends to be the case in other nations, right? Particularly in other predominantly Christian nations. We as a country tend to be more religious. That is something that is true.
Yeah,
I like some of these answers here, right?
sure. Yeah, and piggybacking off Adam's comment on Christian values, I'm just thinking of the Great Awakenings, especially the Second Great Awakening, which was basically an interweaving of democratic institutions using Christian doctrine or values to achieve democratic or to strengthen democratic institutions in early 19th century America. These people literally
Absolutely.
believed Jesus was on his way, and they looked around and going, is this a place that Jesus would feel welcome or approve of? And so, slavery, child labor, alcohol consumption, all of those things became political movements out of kind of Christian expression and sentiment.
Yeah, what would Jesus do, right? And
Mhm.
how that fits in. Um, I think that for me as well, if we go back even to colonial times and the settlement of America, I think that morality is more important for America than other countries because America is relatively new. It was a group of people that settled land that was already populated by indigenous people, but was sparsely populated. We have a great large expanse of land. We have different cultures colliding. There is this idea of trying to hold on to your culture. A lot of that is through the morality that you share, and I think that as we'll see when we talk about the Puritans in a little bit, this issue of we don't have very rigid, well-founded institutions here. We don't have really rigid forms of punishment or politics or whatever. And so one of the ways that people managed behavior, managed proper conduct within an area was through social ostracism and applying that to the values of that community, right? Through the morality that existed in that community. And so if we take a look at like the Puritan New England, a lot of making sure that you achieve the political goals that you have, that you achieve the social and cultural and religious goals that you have, is through making sure that you have a society that is fitting that morality that you have, and that's enforced through social ostracism, right? That if you don't fit that, that is a problem.
Yeah, and I think it's probably helpful to kind of explain in part what motivated the Pilgrims or the Puritans when they first came over. I mean, these people literally believed that they were had a covenant with God, and they were basically living out the Book of Exodus. You know, leaving a place of religious persecution, going off to a distant land to seek freedom. Coming to this land and it being relatively vacant, basically giving them the idea that this land was bestowed to them by God. But the idea of socially ostracizing, my understanding is that they literally believed that if one individual was exploring some sort of vice, that would endanger the entire community, and the covenant would be revoked by God. And so this was incredibly serious business to keep this community in part. And so any moral ethic ideals were motivated by this idea that hey, we got this deal with God, but it is not a deal that is set in stone. We have to hold up our end of the bargain.
Yeah, so there's if you don't mind, I'd like to kind of move ahead just because we're talking about it,
Yeah.
and talk a little bit about the Puritans and social ostracism and things like that. That is an excellent point. The idea that the community was threatened by the individual, and so that's a great insight into oh dear, that's a great insight into this idea of puritanical pre-modern thought. The way that the Puritans thought of themselves in terms of the connection to God was that the closer you are in community, the closer you are to the community with God, to being in communion with God. And so a whole heck of a lot of their preoccupation is within being in the center of that puritanical community, literally, meaning literally, physically, geographically in the center, and also being connected through relationships, being connected through all these things. There's a great film that shows this. I don't know if you are familiar with the film The Witch. Have you seen that film or heard of that film?
No, no, I
It's
haven't.
fairly new. It's a great resource for having a film that is really historically accurate. I mean, it's got a witch in it, so it's not like, that historically accurate, but it is historically accurate in showing puritanical worldview and this idea that if you were an outsider, you were more susceptible to demonic forces and things like that. It's really, really good in showing that thing. It's called The Witch. It's produced in 2016 or 2017. It's on Netflix and Hulu and some of those streaming services usually. But an excellent resource and kind of an entertaining film as well. Really gets at that puritanical worldview. We had a few questions that I thought were interesting questions. Are religions and morality synonymous? And I think that the answer, my answer is that they are certainly related. Each religion tends to have a very strict morality or expectations of very, very strict morality, although that changes over time. However, they're not synonymous. You can be moral and you can be immoral, whether you are religious or not, or you ascribe to a certain religion or not. There's a great example. Confucianism deals almost exclusively with the issue of morality, but that isn't a religion; it's a philosophy, right?
Yeah.
There are philosophical behaviors and kind of some people almost believe innate senses of right and wrong. I don't know whether that's true. That's more of a philosophical question than a historical question, but it isn't necessarily a religious issue. And someone else pointed out, the Native Americans, what were their religions? Did they have a sense of morality? And my answer would be that, of course, the Native Americans had a sense of morality, right? Maybe different. It differed from tribe to tribe or band to band, but I wish that I could give you more of an answer to that. That's not something I'm as well versed on. Um, but that's an example. They had their own religions. They did have religions, but they obviously before colonization, they were not Christian, right? They didn't have the Christian religion.
Yeah,
Um,
and it wouldn't have been viewed by the European settlers as a religion. They just wouldn't even have seen it as an expression of religion. So I think
yeah,
to this day, anybody kind of wondering if Native Americans had a religion or not, I think that's an attribute of how much we are influenced by original perceptions of Native American culture.
yeah. Another main point that I try to bring up here is that the preoccupations that Americans have had with morality and immorality have tended to come in waves. There are moments of really intense preoccupation with this, where we get our feathers ruffled about these issues of morality and regulation of vice, and then there are periods where that relaxes, and even periods of kind of a reaction against these restrictions, where people say, you were trying to regulate me. The heck with that. I'm gonna act how I want to act, and I'm gonna act counter to the morality and the sense of right and wrong that you were placing upon me, right? And these waves tend to come in periods of relaxed social norms and mores. They come in periods of changes in sexual behavior, periods of urban growth, and I think that a lot of what explains this is America has grown a lot, right? That we've had a tremendous amount of urban growth. The culture that comes out of cities is very, very influential, and there's a clashing between more traditional, more rural, more religious culture and kind of a vanguard urban culture that maybe is challenging some of these ideas that are more traditional. And that their scientific and intellectual advancements often precede these periods of concern with morality. So things like the Enlightenment, this really influences things like the Great Awakening, things like the what I call the new scientific revolution, those periods of right before the turn of the 20th century. Darwin certainly contributed a lot to that, but even a lot of the ideas of Einstein and things. This really, is leading to a reaction from more traditional, more religious groups that see this as a great threat to their hegemony on truth and the idea of what people believe. Any thoughts
Yeah,
on that?
yeah. If I could add, Rob, that the relaxed social norms and more change in sexual behavior, urban growth. This is exactly what, and I think it's a way we can also relate to the Puritans. They were at the beginning of where capitalism was emerging. And what they were experiencing is the enclosure movement. So we're seeing land being moved from kind of public domain to being private property and estate, where people by the millions are being pushed off into land where people were able to farm for their subsistence and to give part of it to the nobles, the lords, the prince. This age-old what did they used to, what is that, the manorial system. That's all being upheavaled, and so people are flooding into urban areas. You're having unemployment, poverty is rampant, and so from this Christian Protestant perspective, it looked like God's wrath was unleashed on England, and at any
Yeah.
day the apocalypse was happening. And so what these Puritans were trying to do was escape that their homeland and to go somewhere and to start anew, and to demonstrate to God within this covenant, this deal that they had with God, that they were actually the worthy people that could uphold God's values. But
And
yeah, go
they
on.
viewed that as a violation of like a natural right as well. The Enclosure Acts,
Mhm.
was seen, not only as a moral violation, but as a violation of natural rights. And Lionel is bringing out, the system that preceded capitalism was feudalism. That's right. The manorial system is essentially feudalism. That's what Professor
Yeah,
Kennedy's talking
yeah,
about. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, it's just really, and I you say we can kind of relate to that because whatever their expression of how they attributed morals and tried to dictate on the individuals, I think today we can really relate to great economic and social uncertainty. And we are seeing it kind of manifest in all sorts of interesting ways today. And I'm sure we will see it continue to manifest in very interesting and perhaps disturbing and even perhaps inspiring ways as well.
Yeah. Uh, my next main theme here is that historical actors have tended to use America's societal emphasis on morality and the regulation of vice to their own benefit, meaning essentially they are able to kind of play off some of these fears and anxieties about changes in morality or the need to regulate vice for their own purposes, be it economic, be it political, and sometimes they are using that only as a justification. Sometimes they agree that these things are bad and need change. But this is certainly, morality is something that people have used to great effect. To great effect. Um, I think that we have plenty of examples of that. Um, the most obvious is political. What comes to mind, first and foremost to me is Ronald Reagan, right? Ronald Reagan really used a lot of the, new Christian right, really used the moral majority and a lot of these new concerns, in his campaigning to win the presidency and keep the presidency, and didn't really he himself wasn't really a staunch Christian. He didn't have a really incredibly deep faith. He himself, didn't really do a whole lot for these groups, but he was able to um, push that agenda quite a bit. Similar sorts of things with the Cold War and this focus on communism, the godless commies versus the Christian values of American democracy and capitalism. A lot of people use this issue of morality in a political way and things like that. So I found this to be a trend as well.
Yeah, that's there are plenty of examples of that too. It's very interesting.
So
I'm just
we
thinking.
got a comment about Columbus in here, right? We got a little debate going on there. I would add that to our students that are having a comment about this, that that's a good example of Columbus using some justifications here, right? He certainly misrepresented what he found in the Americas to try to make himself look a little bit better. And I think one moral issue that we would relate with Columbus is the issue that he was pretty immediately preoccupied with slavery and extraction. Did a
Yeah,
lot.
and one thing I think that kind of explains Columbus using Christianity to justify all the terrible things that he and his men did was he was under the gun to bring back dividends to people who invested in that expedition.
Yeah.
He obviously went to the wrong spot and was in a place where that was void of any kind of commercial civilization. If he had gone back to Spain just saying, "Hey, it was really nice over there, but I couldn't find China or India or whatever," um, people would not be kind to him. They were expecting
Right.
money, and so he was freaked out when he was there, I imagine.
Yeah. And I think the final thesis that I have relating to this issue of morality in American culture is that religious extremism or fundamentalism, anti-intellectualism, nativism, and racism tend to accompany periods of intense regulation of morality.
Yeah.
Um, I have found probably the most constant has been the racism and the nativism aspect. Immigrants and people of color are often associated with, the regulation of vice, the war on drugs being a great example of that. More recently, um, jazz, like concerns about different types of music. And I know that Professor Terry a few weeks ago gave a talk with you about um, various types of black music in America. And I would suspect, I don't know, I haven't seen the talk, but I would suspect that he mentioned that there were a lot of concerns, be it the blues, be it jazz, or be it rock and roll. There were a lot of concerns that this music is corrupting, or it's mesmeric, or it's immoral music, and a lot of that had to do with concerns about the mixing of different races, cultures, and concerns about miscegenation, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the term itself, rock and roll, is a way of expressing sexual behavior. Um,
Yeah.
and so I can imagine being in the 1950s, being a middle class white father of a couple of young daughters, how insanely angst ridden that would have made somebody of that ilk if they were going off to see a Chuck Berry concert.
Yeah, exactly. He was considered, remarkably deviant, and
Mhm.
and a lot of this is sexual. There's a lot of concerns about miscegenation and interracial sex. Jazz, for example, was considered mesmeric. There were concerns that black musicians were essentially hypnotizing young women and getting them to do what they wanted them to do through jazz. And it's a ridiculous proposition, but the fears, the anxieties were very real that people had about that sort of thing, right? Um, and I think that it's not been as constant, but this idea of religious extremism and anti-intellectualism has certainly accompanied these concerns with morality. And it comes to mind. Um, we have some of that in the mid 19th century and a little bit earlier part of the 19th century with that Second Great Awakening and reactions to some intellectual movements. We have probably a greater example of that with the early 1900s and the Scopes trial in 25 and kind of that interwar anti-intellectualism. And I would make the claim, I would argue that we're going through a period of very, very strong anti-intellectualism right now, right? Hard to say as a historian, but as someone that has the tools of being able to read changes in society, we certainly are dealing with a growing period of anti-intellectualism right now, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, do we want to go and kind of do a survey of the various eras?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sir,
So
when you say, I'm sorry
go
to
ahead.
interrupt. When you
No,
say
perfect.
that it's happening right now, do you mean because of what's going on with like the whole Trump thing and how he's, the way he acts and the way his, I guess I don't want to say followers, but those people act. Is that what you mean? That it's going on
Yeah,
right
I
now?
think that's part of what I mean. I would view Trump more as a symptom of a larger trend than necessarily the cause, although he has accelerated that. But yeah, I think the example, questioning expert opinion, questioning scientific consensus, uh, anti-climate change folks. I mean, we have actually right now the most people in modern American history that believe the world is flat. Right? We have flat earthers, new earthers, and a lot of antagonism toward where we are right now. These kinds of discussions and college, the ivory tower, um, that is a major thing today. I think probably anti-intellectualism is at its height since the 1920s. Um, But
Mhm.
that's open for debate. I mean, Professor Kennedy, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, and I don't think this is unique to the United States. I think
No, it's
there's
not.
lots.
You're right.
Yeah, I think there's lots of reasons we could discuss it, but I think one of the ways that at least makes sense for me is that through, I mean, if I just survey my lifetime, thinking about cell phones, just the advancement of technology and everything, we are in a constant state of flux, and it's hard to get your bearings and your grounding from any given year to year. And so whenever that happens, I think there is a certain part of the population that is seeking to find some sort of solid rock to be able to nest in and to stand in. And fundamentalism, whatever religion we're talking about, whether it's Christianity, Islam, Judaism, even Buddhism, provides at least some sort of solace that here are the actual answers that will never change in a world of constant change and of increasing change. So I think what we're seeing, the anti-intellectualism is coming from a lot of anxiety that is coming from a constant flux of change. I know the father of sociology, Durkheim, in his book Suicide, basically the thesis of that was it's not necessarily bad fortune that causes people to resort to suicide. It's change itself that induces suicide in people, and that change could be a fortune or misfortune.
And the greater connections you have to your society in various forms, the better off you are, he would say, right?
Mm-hmm.
I agree, and I think that some of the changes that are bringing out some of this anti-intellectualism right now include the more recent form of globalization, changes, fundamentally changes in economics, like the decline of the industrial sector and moving into a post-industrial economy. That's taken quite a while for that to occur, but there's a lot of flux that people have in terms of the future of their jobs, the future of what their careers might be, and then there are new media, social media, the internet. These sorts of things have brought out a whole new ways for us to communicate. And um, you know, Professor Kennedy and I, this is a great example. Professor Kennedy and I, we have a platform right now where we're speaking to a number of students, right? But and that's a rather traditional platform. This is, in its various forms, we've had this sort of type of academic discussion for, at least in the university system, 1,000 years, right? Um, However, each one of you could go home today, or even while you're sitting here in the lecture, and have your very own platform where you reach as many people as we are right now, where you are able to espouse your opinions, and not you individually, but it doesn't matter whether you're an expert on what you're saying or not, right? People are able to say whatever the heck they want, and so expert opinion isn't as in vogue right now. Should
Yeah,
we move on to the
sure.
various things? Well, we talked a little bit about Puritanism. I think we covered some main things. I really like that Professor Kennedy brought up this idea that the sin of the one affected the whole, and that deviant behavior was considered a threat to the whole. That is a huge part of puritanical thinking. This idea of the city upon the hill, that you have to be this close-knit beacon of a very specific Christian morality, a puritanical morality. And I think one of the great things that people don't remember about the Puritans is how intolerant they were, right? We point to the idea of the Puritans coming to America to settle and say, this is an example of religious freedom. Well, it's an example of religious persecution leading people to immigrate, but it wasn't necessarily that these people were tolerant of other groups. They had a very rigid theology. they were remarkably intolerant of other groups, right? They would they even murder, they would torture people of various Christian faiths. They would murder people of various Christian faiths that were not their faith. They would brand them with a B on the cheek, blasphemer if you were a Quaker, if you were an Anabaptist, this sort of thing. And so I think that we covered a lot of what I was wanting to get at with the Puritans, in that these are people coming to a new era, a new area. There's not a really established group of institutions, and so a lot of what they had to do to regulate their society was to focus on morality, was to focus on that through social ostracism. You see this with the pillory here, where the guy is made a very clear example that he has violated a moral code among the Puritans, and that was not wholly unique to the Puritans. I think that in other colonial groups, Professor Kendi, are you familiar with the original laws of Virginia? I think they're about 1609 or 1610. Have you seen
no,
that?
not specifically, no.
Really great historical source. The original laws of Virginia, the colony of Virginia, there were only 11 laws. And it's kind of funny going through those. I use that a lot as a resource to kind of chart change as a result of Bacon's Rebellion and the institutionalization of racism. But the original laws of Virginia, they're really very much focused on establishing a moral code. It has a lot to do with morality, with religious behavior. I would say that nine of the 11 original laws in the colony of Virginia have to do with very rigid restrictions on morality, and then the other two are kind of common sense. It's sort of funny. They get all the way to like law number 6, and then they're like, oh yeah, don't kill anyone. Right? You've got things where you have don't blaspheme, and don't avoid going to church, and these things that are rather arbitrary moral issues. And then you get to something that's a little bit more universal in law, like 6 or 7. Don't kill anyone. And then I think that one of the great ones to look at, it might be number 9, or so it doesn't really matter what the number is, but it's about sexual behavior, sexual conduct. And so it says, you can't have any fornication, you can't commit adultery, you shall not ravish a woman, meaning, no rape. These are all pretty good, that's a pretty good idea, right? Don't rape anyone or commit sexual violence. And then no sodomy, meaning, no sexual deviancy, kind of in a broad term. Might be used as a euphemism for homosexuality, frankly, but I think it is used also in the more broader sense of sodomy. The thing that is interesting is there's no mention of race, and those racial aspects get added later as we have future laws in the state of or in the colony of Virginia. They do add, oh yeah, you can't have interracial sex, but it takes about 100 years for that to appear, and it takes Bacon's Rebellion for that to appear into the code. And so I think it's interesting that that is not an initial concern here. If I can, I was going to talk a little bit about the Salem witch trials. Our students probably are pretty familiar with this, the Salem witch trials. Interesting thing, 1692, 1693, it was toward the end of the witch scare in globally, but this was by no means unique. The Salem witch trial, it was something that had been practiced all through Europe for about 200 years as part of the Inquisition, and a lot of that is about regulating morality. A lot of this has to do with things like religious unorthodoxy, with particularly certain groups, specifically women, challenging civic leaders, church authorities, political authorities in this way. And that's true, I think, in the Salem witch trials as well, that we have this issue of, it wasn't wholly women. It's not just women that are involved. In fact, this is an example. Giles Corey, the figure that ended up getting crushed with a rock, he was on trial, actually executed for witchcraft. But women are largely some of the victims here, and it's been interesting to see some of the arguments that historians have made to try to explain away why did this happen? Why did the Salem witch trials happen? And we've had things from ergot poisoning and kind of the tainted bread argument, to some of the complaints about women challenging male authority. We've also had issues with the Salem witch trials of town and country conflicts. And so a lot of what we were talking about earlier about how in puritanical societies, as Salem was, those on the outskirts of town, those that do not have as strong connections to the church, those that are a little bit on the outside, are much more suspect and much more easily brought in as a potential victim here. And I think that this is the first example that I clearly know where an issue of morality is used by historical actors for their own personal gain. A lot of people actually use this to gain land, to resolve personal vendettas and personal conflicts, because they knew that all it took was an accusation for someone to likely be condemned as a witch. And so you go up to a farmer and you say, well, hey, I'd like to buy your land on the cheap. And the farmer, your neighbor says, well, no, I'm not going to sell you my land that cheap. Well, they say, well, maybe Mr. Smith here is a witch, right? And that was actually used. That actually happened quite a bit here in the Salem witch trials.
Sir, if I can interrupt.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I know you've been talking about the Salem stuff like that, but I don't understand how it interacts with morality. I mean, it's just like being, they're accusing you of stuff, but like.
That's a great question. A lot, and I should have probably prefaced this a little bit better. A lot of the victims of the Salem witch trials were people that had sketchy moral pasts. This guy, for example, on trial here, Giles Corey, he had actually killed someone. He had stood trial for murder before and was acquitted. It was considered self-defense. But the victims, more often than not, were people that were not frequent churchgoers. They have, which was a violation of the law at the time. It was not just like, oh, I didn't go to church. You had to go to church by law, right? So these people had broken laws and had broken social mores and expectations. A lot of them were people that had maybe lived with other people out of wedlock, meaning a hint of or outside of marriage sex, right? Fornication. Some of them have been considered prostitutes. Some of them have been considered loose in their morals in various ways. And certainly that first wave of the victimhood were people that were on the outskirts of that puritanical community. It comes to pass that even the interior core of Salem comes to be accused as time goes on, but that kind of takes the waves of accusations circling back around for that to take place. A lot of these people were people that had violated expectations of morality in their society, and they were people that were considered on the outskirts of that Christian community. in Salem. Does that make sense?
Yes, now yeah, it does. So also, is it true? Because I know I've watched a lot of movies, but like, is it the women that were doing it? Just curious.
The women that were doing the accusations.
Yes. I'm
Yeah,
just saying
the
that
first
because in the movies, that's how, it goes.
Yeah, the first ones that were the accusers were the group of afflicted girls, and they had gotten in trouble themselves, right? They had been fooling around with a slave named Tituba. They've been trying to tell their fortune, something that kids do, right? Kids, they play around. I'm sure that you all had those little games where you played when you were little kids, and you tried to predict, oh, I'm going to marry so and so, and I'm going to have this many kids, and I'm going to live in this kind of house. They're doing a game like that. These young girls, they get caught, and they kind of deflect. A lot of this was about them deflecting their state. Yes, single men were accused. There were single men that were accused, although at a much lower rate than women. Professor Kennedy, did you have anything to add?
No, it's very interesting, but yeah, I mean, I think you're right on target, but I always appreciate the ergot poisoning, which if someone's not familiar with what ergot poisoning is, ergot is the compound that was extracted, and inside ergot is lysergic acid dilithiumide, which is what LSD is, and so that is an explanation of some of the accusations of witches, where if you're eating basically wheat or rye with this ergot, which is a mold, you would have been under the influence of LSD. And so if you didn't know you were on the influence of LSD, and nobody in your community knew you were on the influence of LSD, and you lived within in a puritanical Christian community, I could see how one could accuse you of being afflicted by demons.
Yeah, and I love this explanation. And you're right. And we should note that like they're not trying to get high, right? It was
Yeah.
just it was a blight on the wheat that made them high unintentionally. A good tie-in here. Um, I, I don't know if you know this about me. I'm actually trained as a historian of modern Europe and France, in Monaco, primarily. Um, One of my favorite things about French history is the myth of the werewolves, and we're getting a little off topic here, but it's a fun story I like to mention. It's the same sort of thing. The ergot poisoning in the Great Famine um, in the 14th century. There was a whole lot of blight on the wheat, and it coincided with the myth of the werewolf. We know the idea of the full moon guy turns into a wolf and things like that. What was happening is ergot it reaches its peak potency during periods of full moon, right? And so when people would take the wheat and they would eat it, they were not only getting high from essentially LSD, they were getting real high from LSD. And who eats the most, mom, dad, or the kids? Well, in the 14th century, it's going to be dad, right? And so dad would eat a ton of this stuff, essentially get really high, and then murder his family. And people would say, no human could do this. This is animalistic. It looks like an animal has done this. But this is where we start to get these legends of werewolves in France, and it coincides with the same sort of poisoning that we see in Salem. So I buy that. I buy that explanation better than a lot of people do as well, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine just seeing somebody on a hefty amount of LSD and not knowing what was going on. It would be very disturbing.
Yeah, and I think our next period that we're going to kind of take a look at, and I'm going to go a little quicker through this portion, I think, is the Enlightenment and the Great Awakening. And this is an example where intellectual movements and changes in thought tend to affect a reactionary wave of concern about morality, right? And so the Enlightenment is this idea of it's this massive intellectual movement, a transatlantic movement, although mostly European, let's be honest, movement of trying to, provide rational explanations for natural phenomena, where you're trying to, investigate using maybe the scientific method to explain things rather than rely on, miraculous explanations for things. And a lot of this is theoretical, and it does tie in a lot as well with some changes in American political ideology, the development through John Locke and others of beliefs in natural laws, inalienable rights that become embedded in American political culture with the Declaration of Independence. But in a reaction to the Enlightenment, we get the publication of Jeremiads, really interesting things Jeremiads. These, let me type it out for you, and I added a little bracket there, but Jeremiads, really interesting thing where, Jonathan Edwards and his Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, his sermon is an example of a Jeremiad, this idea that society is damned and is going to hell in a handbasket, and everything is doom and gloom unless there is some change. And so we have a very lengthy period of intellectual change and intellectual thought with the Enlightenment, and then we have a nearly equally lengthy period of reaction to that with the Great Awakening. And I think that it's easy to take a look at the Enlightenment and focus on the change that occurred. I really encourage students to think about the limitations of the Enlightenment. Right? This is not something that ordinary people were hugely influenced by. This is not something that everyday people just didn't stop because the scientific method was invented, or because John Locke is writing some things. They don't stop and eliminate superstitions or their traditional beliefs in Christianity or whatever. There are very, very uneven disbursements of how impactful the Enlightenment is. And things like that. The smallpox debate is a great example of that, and it's an example of an early anti-intellectualism in America. We probably know that smallpox is a very, very deadly disease. It's widespread and things like that. But we come to, and this is, I guess, timely today with the vaccinations, right? We come to through scientific progress, mostly actually that came from Muslim lands. This is coming from Turkey and some of these areas, the early inoculation ideas. But there is this idea that you can inoculate essentially a vaccine. It's a little more complicated than that, but an inoculation to try to prevent you from contracting smallpox. And people like Samuel Granger would write against this and say, no, this is an affront to God. God brought on this plague. God brought on this smallpox epidemic, and so if you try to defeat that with inoculation, you are going against God's plan. You're fighting His avenging angels. And then you have other people like William Cooper, who founds Cooperstown in New York. He's going to be one that's saying, yeah, I agree that this is a plague from God, and I agree that this is something that we should debate. But, as God gave us the plague, God also gave us the minds with which to come up with the tools to fight the plague. And, you have this sort of debate and interaction between the Enlightenment and the Great Awakening here, and the more traditional thought with the Great Awakening. Any comments on the Great Awakening here?
I found that really interesting because we're beginning to see the same dynamic. I guess the Johnson & Johnson one-shot vaccination derived from stem cells from original aborted fetuses. And so the Archbishop from New Orleans is telling Catholics not to take the vaccination for that point. So, I mean, the more things change, I guess the more things stay the same.
Yeah, I think that that's kind of my point in the fact that these are recurrent themes. These are things that come in waves, and that is an example, I think, of anti-intellectualism, right? This is a rejection of scientific advancement due to, religious and moral reservations.
Mhm.
One of my favorite subjects is the Second Great Awakening and the moral reform that comes from this. And I think I would be remiss if I didn't mention, that a lot of the concerns that people had in the Second Great Awakening had to do with immigrant culture, people that had a different culture than the dominant culture in America at the time. It had to do with rising, the growth of cities, urban culture, and crime rising, filth, poverty problems, um, all these things coming in. And so we have this perception in the Second Great Awakening, and I think the Second Great Awakening for me is a little bit easier to understand. I always found the First Great Awakening a little bit of a paradox because you have, especially, let's say Jonathan Edwards is saying, well, God has already determined who is going to heaven and going to hell, but you need to try to be Christian. I always found that a kind of an interesting paradox because, it didn't matter what you did, you were going to heaven or hell regardless, but you should still try. Here, the focus on the Second Great Awakening, it is about affecting morality, but it also is really focused on this key idea of redemption. Redemption is the main theme, that no matter how bad you are, no matter how sinful you've been, no matter how immoral you've been, you can be redeemed. You can be redeemed. And that is something that we see here. Are we familiar with the Beecher family? Have you all encountered the Beecher family in American history? Really interesting figures here, and I think that they're an important thing to look at because these are not the most elite people in all of humanity. These are they're privileged, but they're more or less ordinary people. And they all contribute in some form or fashion to reform efforts and things like that. You have the father, Lyman Beecher, a promoter of the Second Great Awakening and this Christian reform movement. He's going to be focused on temperance and trying to end alcohol use, a major theme. Women are heavily involved in this. Lydia Beecher is going to be a part of that as well. No, I'm sorry, Lydia Finney, Charles Finney's wife. I got a little sidetracked there, but Lyman Beecher and Lydia Finney are going to be some of the figures that are going to be promoting this this temperance movement, and that's going to be really influential in terms of getting women involved in the public sphere, getting women involved in politics, things like that. And it's in part a reaction against immigrant culture, right? You have Germans and Irish that have a very strong drinking culture. They're coming in. There's a great fear about this. And here, treatise on bread and bread making. Do we know the story behind this? One of my favorite ID terms on my exams is Sylvester Graham and the treatise on bread and bread making. This has to do with a guy, a doctor, Sylvester Graham, and he was very concerned, as many people were at the time, with the fears that women were becoming more and more sexual. There was a concern that women were becoming increasingly sexual, and an underlying, almost unstated concern that men were becoming less virile, less masculine, that the rigors of hard farmland labor have been replaced with more industrial labor and have been replaced with white collar labor, and that men are kind of withering away into a nothingness. And so in order to prevent female sexuality, which was considered very bad at the time, Sylvester Graham says, take this. I'm going to make these particular crackers. They're bland, they're cold, they're a little tasteless, and this is going to prevent female masturbation. There was a really strong preoccupation with female sexuality, female masturbation, and that was considered a very, very big problem at the time. Any ideas what came out, what his idea was? Any guesses from our students what he produced to try to prevent that?
Oh, is it the chastity belt?
All good guesses. All good guesses. The answer, there we go. Bingo. Graham crackers. Graham crackers. If you all have ever had a s'more, how many of you have had a s'more? Yeah. If you've had a s'more, you've ate something that was originally designed as medicine to prevent women from masturbating. That was its goal. As were these, the bloomers, loose-fitting clothing, and the water cure. All these sorts of things were to prevent female sexuality. And we get a lot of debate in the Second Great Awakening about sexuality, about marriage, and you have varying scales. On the one hand, you have the very, very conservative Shakers, Mother Ann Lee and the Shakers, who were saying, well, yeah, we can have marriage, but sex is immoral. It's original sin. You must be celibate. You can't have sex at all, even if you are married. Even if you're married. On the other end, we have John Humphrey Noyes founds the Oneida Commune in Oneida, New York, and he believed in this system of marriage where you don't actually marry. He's anti-marriage. That marriage is actually creating jealousies and distracting you from your connection to Jesus. But free love is okay, right? Having love your neighbor literally means, for John Humphrey Noyes, love your neighbor, right? That you have this kind of Bible communism where everyone lives in a commune. You have a shared community of raising kids and things like that. And so I think it's interesting here that the Second Great Awakening and moral reform took on a number of different avenues or paths. Even just looking at one element, sexuality, you have people that the dominant thing is really to prevent premarital sex, prevent female sexuality, but you have essentially free love communes, and then you have on the other side people that are marrying but believing in celibacy. Certainly running the gamut of things. Any comments that we want to make about the Second Great Awakening?
I think it's important too to point out that this is coinciding with the first industrial revolution. So a lot of things that had grown to expect, as a young person growing up into adulthood, traditionally you knew what you would do by looking at maybe what your father was doing, and he would apprentice you in being maybe a locksmith or whatever the case may be. But with the Industrial Revolution beginning, a lot of that is being upended. So people like today are seeking answers and seeking a more stable world that no longer exists.
And that often included immigration, even internal immigration, right? Moving to cities, and you lose. That's another aspect that I hope to talk about. We're kind of going a little slow, but that's one thing I do hope to talk about a little bit, is that with the growth of cities and moving to cities, you have less of that social control that you would have in a small town where everyone knows you, where you don't have that anonymity. And so I think that that is playing into some of these anxieties of the era as well.
Mhm.
Slavery, I think a lot of this is self-explanatory in terms of the abolition movements and the moral component of abolitionism. Although it took a long time for this to be even a sizable minority in American history. I like to point out this figure here. This is George Fitzhugh. He's one of the fiercest defenders of slavery, certainly as that abolition movement starts to take hold. And I think it's a good thing to point out that he saw slavery as a moral imperative. He saw slavery as something that, at least he justified slavery as something that was a moral good, a moral justice for Africans and African Americans. And I think that it's easy in a lot of cases when we look at these, these types of institutions and behaviors that we find repugnant now. I think it's easy to throw away those ideas and say that Fitzhugh didn't really believe that. He really was just using that as just a justification. But I think that that's not really providing a very strong analysis of the thought that these people had. A lot of these people, certainly it's a convenient justification, and many of them are just going to use it as a justification. But just as we would see with the colonialism and some other, very questionable institutions and behaviors at the time, a lot of these people do really buy in to the idea that they are performing a moral good by enslaving people. And I think Fitzhugh fits this bill. There is this idea of this benevolent paternalism, and I don't think we can really understand the system of slavery in the South without this term. And it's a big word, benevolent paternalism. But it essentially means like a good parent or like a good father. And so people like Fitzhugh, they viewed it as a responsibility to have slaves. That as a good father takes care of his son or his daughter, a good slave master takes care of his slave. Now, can this image here of Gordon, who has been whipped and ill-treated all through his role as a slave, can that align with this benevolent paternalism? Of course not. But it's also important to note that while slavery is wholly wrong in our modern moral system, right? That not every slave master operated the same way. There may have been those that did see it and tried to operate from a moral perspective. Again, Fitzhugh being some of those. The Bible was used very frequently as justification for slavery. I always ask my students, what did Jesus say about slavery? Do we know the answer? What did Jesus say about slavery?
In the Bible or something like that, or back then,
Yeah, in
didn't
the
they
Bible.
say that it was okay for them as long as you didn't I guess
Jesus says nothing
something like that.
about slavery.
Oh, really? I thought I
Jesus
remember.
never says anything about slavery. Paul of Tarsus says treat your slaves well. But by saying treat your slaves well, that sort of infers what? That you can have slaves, right? Islam, Christianity, these religions endorsed the idea of having slaves explicitly. And they mention treating slaves well. But these religions endorsed the idea of slavery. And that was a key defense of a very morally repugnant institution. Professor Kennedy, did you have anything to add or say about the slavery issue?
A quote of Fitzhugh's that I think captures this idea of benevolent paternalism and this idea that as white slave owners, we are there to uphold, black people, to make sure that they're being good people. This quote here: "The Negro is improvident, will not lay up in the summer for wants of the winter, will not accumulate in youth for the exigencies of age. He will become an insufferable burden to society. Society has a right to prevent this, and can only do so by subjecting him to domestic slavery." So this idea that
Absolutely
if
right.
he was free, he would be off and just doing crazy stuff as he did in an African tribe, and luckily for him, we are here to save him,
Yeah,
basically.
I think that that's the double edge of that benevolent paternalism and that father-like relationship. I've got a 1-year-old, right? And to be a good father for that 1-year-old, what do I have to do? Well, I have to protect him. I have to provide food and clothing for him. I have to provide shelter for him. What were the slave masters claiming to do? Providing
Yeah.
shelter, providing food, clothing. And so Fitzhugh is saying, I'm treating these people like my son. I'm treating them like my son. And the flip side of that, why do I provide that for my 1-year-old son? Because I can't say, go get a job, go
Yeah.
find an apartment, because he's not mentally capable of doing that. And part of the, pseudoscientific, explanations for this institution is that people like Fitzhugh viewed African Americans as mentally unfit to survive in modern society and thrive in modern society at the time. That in order for them to have a passable life, they had to be taken care of by a white master. And yeah, you're right. The curse of Ham is mentioned as a justification. That's a biblical justification that people spin to justify slavery. Very good. One aspect that is relating to this idea of urban growth that we see in the second Great Awakening and just in general in the mid 19th century is this conflation of moral and physical filth. I find it a very, very interesting thing and rather unexplored thing in history. That urban reformers, moral reformers, they tended to take the idea of physical filth and contact with physical filth in the cities. And cities at that time were very physically filthy places, right? The bathroom is outside your door, right? You just dump your sewage out the door. Horses are coming down the lanes and dropping their dung. Disease is rampant, and there's the idea these are very filthy places to grow up and live if you're a child, and that children were actually being educated in vice in that physical filth, but that physical filth is turning into moral filth as well. And the debates about this are very, very interesting. Now, what a lot of these moral reformers were not considering were like ratios and numbers, like that the more people there are in a place, the more likely there are to be crimes, for instance. The more that there are issues of poverty, income and wealth inequality, there's more likely to be crimes. But they are blaming a lot of this on physical filth. And so there's an approach from moral reformers to not really attack the moral filthiness, but to attack the physical filthiness, to clean up the cities, literally, in order to improve the moral health of the people in it and the children within it. And we see this with the formation of settlement houses, with civic planning and urban planning elements, even medical advancements and efforts to really clean up the cities. I think it's interesting that these sorts of civic planning positions coincide a lot with concerns of moral filth. This is not something that is talked about very much. Have you heard much of this, Professor Kennedy?
Well, not framed in that way of associating it with trying to get, if you clean up the place, then morality would follow. I mean, I've always seen it framed as these were places of urban decay, disease was rampant, and so, and you know, they were urban centers just kind of sprung out of almost organically and
Yeah.
exponentially of it. So it was something that kind of ran away from humanity. But yeah, that's very interesting correlation that you know, basically to clean up the area would correlate with trying to make the people living there more moral people.
And I mean, coincidentally, a lot of these really impoverished slum areas are going to be immigrant area, high rates of immigrant enclaves, you know, Irish immigrants, a lot of Catholic immigrants that have you know, large families and the like. Um, Sort of an interesting thing. We mentioned briefly sexuality and sexual values in the 19th century. I think that what is interesting is how long there were concerns about sexuality and morality in the 19th century, particularly women, female morality and sexuality. And I think that during this period, sex is happening, but it's happening in a way where people are ignoring the realities of sex. They're ignoring the products of sex in terms of unwanted pregnancies. You know, we have a rise of um, infanticide, a rise of you know, abandoning babies, the development of baby farms and baby trains and things like that in this era. We have an increasing double standard between men and women, where there is kind of a tacit understanding that men are going to sow their wild oats and men are going to be sexually experienced in their youth, where women are expected not only to not have sex but also to be sexually ignorant and you know, sexually pure, have no sexual desire. The reality of that, of course, is not always true. It doesn't line up to what we see in reality, but there is that expectation. I like this map because it shows you the various brothels in Philadelphia. Can't see very much, but each little tiny red pixel, each red dot, is a brothel. It's you know, for lack of a better word, pardon my language, it's a whorehouse, right? And so you know, these were common knowledge. You know, prostitution is illegal, but everyone knew where the houses of prostitution were. There were even stranger guides where people were shown where prostitution existed and the like. And so I think it's interesting that while there are very rigid social mores about sexuality, that um, the legality of it, although it's there on the books, is not heavily enforced. You know, the police, this is operating, these brothels are operating with the tacit acceptance of the police, so much so that prostitution by 1855 becomes the second largest industry in the United States. Think about that. It's the second largest industry in the United States by 1855. And it was larger than the third, fourth, and fifth uh, industries combined and doubled. If you took all the printing, all the lumber mill, um, there's one more industry as well. The only industry that was actually bigger was the garment industry. But if you take printing, the timber industry, brewing industry, the brewing industry, if you take all these things, double them up, and combine them, prostitution is earning more money. And it's earning more money in a time when people are claiming they're not having sex, in a time where they're ignoring the idea of sex, and in a time where people were expected to be, uh, you know, celibate outside of marriage.
That is very interesting.
Um,
Isn't the correlation that since women were expected to be almost frigid during sex, like a properly married woman in upper middle class, that it was almost a natural extension that a man wanting to enjoy a sexual experience because of the social norms of the Victorian era couldn't enjoy a sexual experience with his wife just
right.
because of the way she was brought up. So, a prostitute, all of those norms were suspended, and so a man within this era could live that double standard and actually enjoy a sexual experience with a woman.
Right, and something you brought up really early in our talk when we were talking about homosexuality and how that previously had been associated as like a mental illness and a health issue. Female sexual desire during this time is viewed in a similar way. It's viewed as a mental deficiency. It's viewed as a physical deficiency, an illness. That if a woman, even within the confines of marriage, was having a good time while having sex or even having some desire even for her husband, that was considered immoral, to the point that it was a health issue, that people were trying to fix it as a health issue. I think that certainly we have improved in that way, but we still have an element of a double standard even today, with that expectations of male and female sexual desire and male and female sexual experiences and things like that. There's a hangover from that kind of thought, I think, even today.
Yeah, not to derail the discussion here, but I'm just thinking of Ben Shapiro's commentary on what's her name's, I forgot her name, but the song WAP, right? He had some, he was perplexed by WAP and was doubting the idea that women could even experience sexual pleasure to the extent that the song was alluding to.
That's somewhat unsurprising, I think. Well, I think that our next era is the rise of Christian fundamentalism in a reaction to what I term the Age of Anxiety. The Age of Anxiety really comes about in the 1900s, 19-teens, and 20s. Kind of hard to nail it down to a particular year, but it's reflecting a lot of the uncertainty and a lot of the changes that scientific developments are bringing forth. Darwin is at the center of this idea of evolution and Darwinism, but even people like Einstein, he demonstrates that time is relative, that literally time is relative. When all these new things, the discovery of subatomic particles, the idea of quantum physics and Max Planck, these new ideas are coming forward, and what had already been a pretty complex worldview and a pretty complex Newtonian physical experience here in the world, that had been hard to understand before, but it was possible. It was possible through Newtonian physics and things to explain science, to explain how the universe worked. Now, with these new, quantum physics, Einstein's, special theory of relativity, general theory of relativity, and certainly Darwinism, what had been kind of a solid central worldview starts to become a little bit shaken. And Professor Kennedy's already brought this up, that people tend to turn in greater numbers and with greater ferocity to ideas of certainty presented by religion in periods of this unease and anxiety and lack of understanding. And we certainly get that in this period. We get the rise of Christian fundamentalism and Billy Sunday. And it's during this period as well, and a little bit after, that we get the rise of that anti-intellectualism. And one of the best explanations of this, or expressions, I should say, rather than explanations, are the early horror films. Have any of you all ever seen some of the early horror films from the 1930s? I'm a big film buff. I love movies, and I especially love horror films because I think that horror films are a thing that allow us to look into a society's culture, to look into the anxieties that a society has, and some of these things. And so the horror films of the 1930s, can we name any of those? Do you guys know what I'm talking about like Universal horror films? Let's take a look at some of those, like Frankenstein. Who's the villain in Frankenstein?
Oh, yeah. All right.
The villain in Frankenstein is it's the scientist. It's Dr. Frankenstein. The
Mhm.
monster is not the villain. It's the doctor. What about the Mummy? You guys ever heard of the Mummy? Everything would have been fine in the Mummy if some damn fool academic doctor hadn't gone searching in some place he shouldn't have searched for some kind of forbidden knowledge.
Ah,
The Werewolf of London, Mad Love, The Hands of Orlok. These
oh, King
films
Kong.
all,
The
yeah,
scientific.
King Kong. Again, that's what I term those tropical terror films, where some damn fool scientist has went and he's got it. And once you leave America, you're doomed, right? You got to stay in America. Don't go looking in foreign cultures. Don't go look at some ancient religious text. Don't go look at some forbidden knowledge. That is a key thing you've got to avoid. And so we have this trend where mad scientists, the invisible ray is another one, where people are looking into things that should be left to God, right? That's the issue with Frankenstein, is that he is trying to play God. If we're familiar with the island of Dr. Moreau or the island of lost souls, this idea of the doctor that's trying to experiment with human beings and animals, and he says, "Do you know what it's like to feel like God?" That's a quote from the mad scientist, and this is really just an expression of this age of anxiety, where people are the enemy is the academic. I would be the enemy in the 1920s or 30s, might be the enemy now, right? That there is this idea that they are pursuing forbidden knowledge, that they are doing things, looking where they're not supposed to look, and that was a very key aspect of this. Very, very, very consistent in the 1930s and into the 1940s. These horror films and expressions of anxiety that people had, part of that anti-intellectualism.
Professor Miller,
Yes.
do you think that that kind of demonization of intellectuals could relate to the rise of Nazis in Nazi Germany?
Absolutely, and in fact, the Nazis really targeted intellectuals. They wiped out one of the big groups that they attacked in large numbers were historians. They held not just intellectuals, but artistic types as well. They held degeneracy exhibitions where they would have art degeneracy exhibitions, and they would have scientific ideas that ran contrary to their own beliefs. They would demonize, criminalize, and destroy. Yeah, absolutely. I think that is something that is a commonality.
Was it
Professor,
Hans Jones, that the Nazi that says, "When I hear the word culture, I reach for my Luger"?
yes, right, yeah, and I think that some members of the Annal School, I believe, were killed, hunted down, and killed. Um, Walter Benjamin, I don't know if that's probably a little bit obscure for most of our students, but Walter Benjamin, a very famous German uh, academic historian, he was hunted down like a dog across the fields by dogs by the Nazis, right? They really did criminalize this sort of thing. Professor Kennedy, I know we're kind of about at the time you wanted to look at. I'm fine with continuing or
Oh, we can
abbreviating.
continue. Yeah, let's continue. Let's just shoot for maybe 9 o'clock. But yeah,
Okay.
certainly if any student has something to go on, this is being recorded, so you could queue up to an hour and a half to see how we conclude the presentation if there's something that you need to attend to right now.
Well, I thank you for that, because this is for my classes in particular, this is something we are covering this week. This period, mostly in the interwar period, that I call imitable vice. Imitable vice. Especially when we had new mediums like radio, but especially by the 1920s and 30s with things like the motion picture. We had a great push for regulation of these types of media that were depicting vice. There was an idea that these things, radio, movies, etc., were corrupting the American people and the American youth. A lot of this has to do with kind of a reaction to World War I. A lot of this has to do with concerns like the Jazz Age, as I mentioned earlier. A lot of this has concerns with, black culture or culture that was considered, questionable or full of vice. A lot of it has to do with reactions to this, Louise Brooks and the Flappers and this, relaxed sexual standards for women, relaxed standards for women in terms of entering the public sphere, drinking in public, smoking in public, having unapologetic sex, exposing more skin than they're used to. And I really love Louise Brooks's depiction here. She's not doing really anything wrong, right? But she looks a little scandalous, right?
Her eyes say
For-
everything.
Yeah, she's a great actress. She's from Kansas, this actress, but she gains international fame, made a lot of movies in America, made a lot of movies in Germany. She was considered the it girl at the time. And she's that prototypical flapper. She's got that bob cut. Here she's pouring herself and pouring you a drink. She is in her films and in real life. She was bisexual, for example. She's a pursuing romantic relationships, aggressively. The woman here is becoming the aggressor in a sexual relationship, and that is something very new. And so when censors are taking a look at the Louise Brooks pouring this drink and looking at you with these seductive eyes and that plunging neckline, they're very, very concerned. When they take a look, does anyone recognize this figure? Anyone know who this is?
Oh.
One of my favorite figures here, and I mentioned that she is. I mentioned that I'm a French historian. If you go to Paris and you go to the largest subway station, you see the heroes of France. They have a mural of about 6 of the heroes of France. And so you see Napoleon, you see Joan of Arc, you see all these great, Charles de Gaulle, you see these great heroes of France. And you see her. You see her. This is Josephine Baker, a black American entertainer from St. Louis, Missouri. She was one of the most talented women of her era. She was a great singer. She was a great dancer. She was a great actress. She was a wonderful entertainer. But she had 2 things that went against her at the time that made her not very popular in America. She was very risque, and I think you can see this is from the 19 teens here. She's partially nude. She's wearing a banana skirt. These are bananas, kind of, phallic imagery kind of extending from her waist here. She's very risque, and she's black. And that meant that she was persona non grata in America, right? She had no real future. She had to go to Europe. She was part of what's called the lost generation. People like Ernest Hemingway and Man Ray and Josephine Baker, that they were stifled in their artistic expressions in America because they were considered immoral. And they had to go to Europe, mostly to France, to seek freedom in their artistic expression. And she becomes a great hero of France artistically, but she also helped with the French resistance. How many of you have seen Inglourious Bastards, the Quentin Tarantino film Inglourious Bastards? Yeah, I'd say a lot of you have. There's the actress that was running for the French resistance, and she knew that she could carry messages in her underwear because the Germans didn't have the guts to check her because she was such a famous actress. That's Josephine Baker. That's based off of this young black woman here. But other people, let's say Norma Shearer or Louise Brooks, these people in America, they were really, throwing the censors wild. They were very, very concerned. And so we get the development of one of the monumental aspects of American culture, the Hays Code. The Hays Code's instituted in 1930, 1934. It's not by the government. The government isn't always the one doing things. It's actually by Hollywood. It's a self-regulation by Hollywood. But it was applying a very rigid moral code to movies. And it is my argument that this has had a monumental impact on American culture because it really limited what could appear on screen and what couldn't. Interracial relationships could not appear on screen. Homosexuality could not appear on screen. Things that exist in real life were not normalized because people got a lot of their culture, a lot of their expectations of what society was really like from the movies. And the movies said we could not have that. They limited, how long a kiss could be, whether there could be nudity on screen. There wasn't after the Hays Code. There was a whole lot of it before the Hays Code in the 1930s. They limited things like white slavery. You couldn't show white slavery. You couldn't let the bad guy get away with things. There was the idea of imitable vice. The idea that, how many of you have seen Star Wars? You guys seen the movie Star Wars? Like, the old one, Han Solo. You guys know Han Solo? I'm trying to get to Han Solo. Han Solo is one of the main heroes of Star Wars, right? But what's his job?
Oh, he's a smuggler.
He's a smuggler. He's a pirate.
Trafficker.
He's a drug trafficker, right? He's not, by the letter of the law, he's not a good guy, right? He's kind of a grungy rogue, right? These kinds of characters existed prior to the Hays Code. They were jewel thieves or bank robbers or whatever. But, people started to be concerned this is corrupting America's youth. And so they made it illegal for a period of about 30 years to show the bad guy winning. Star Wars couldn't have been made in the 1935 or 1945 or 1955 because Han Solo couldn't have won. There couldn't have been a winner out of this. The bad guy has to lose. The institution of marriage has to be protected. You can't criticize America. You can't criticize America in these films. You can't criticize a religion. A priest can never be a bad guy. You couldn't make, how many of you have seen The Hunchback of Notre Dame? You couldn't make The Hunchback of Notre Dame because the priest is the bad guy. You couldn't do that. And so I think that this has really fundamentally shaped a lot of what Americans thought about what normal society was. And a lot of this was a reaction to celebrity criminals, people like Al Capone, a mobster, a bootlegger that came to be famous here. He's on the cover of Time, Scarface. People like Bonnie and Clyde, people like Dillinger that became really very, very, exciting stories for people of the era. And so there's a lot of regulation in the 1920s and 30s as a reaction to this idea of celebrity criminals, the relaxed social mores, and women's new place in society. A lot of concern about that. Any comments, Professor Kennedy?
Well, Jesus was commenting, which is where the Perfect TV American Family came from, correct? Due to the limitations of the Hays Code?
It's kind of an extension of that. Yeah, I think that the difference is I think that the movies, the films, were the primary medium until about the 1950s, and then TV comes to be the culture maker for the American people from the 1950s and 60s and on. And so I think that, yeah, that Perfect American Family, I think I may even have an image of them right here.
There they are.
Yeah, Cleavers. This is June Cleaver, and this is a good segue. Here she is, the perfect American mother. She's cooking a nice big turkey dinner for Tuesday evening, right? She's got to have that big turkey dinner in that nice house in the suburbs. She's got her pearl earrings on. She's cooking in high heels. Can't see it here, but she is. Trust me. She's wearing a dress, very unrealistic. It's creating what Betty Friedan would call the feminine mystique, right? This unrealistic ideal to try to live up to as little Betty Homemaker here. But this is June Cleaver. And so, yeah, I think that's a great, insightful thing, that the perfect TV American family, it comes as a reaction to kind of an extension to the Hays Code by the 1950s. And yeah, you don't see two films that come to mind that really start to really challenge that idea. One is fairly well known and the other isn't. One is called The Americanization of Emily. That really is one of the first films I can think of that really criticizes very, very sharply American society and the American military, ideas of things that could not be, even challenged. And the other is Catch-22. Those films were very, very influential in kind of breaking out of the Hays Code and moving beyond that. But TV doesn't really do that until the 1970s and beyond, I would say. During the Cold War, we have certainly one example of where morality isn't necessarily associated with religion necessarily. We have an example of where political goals are used are using morality to kind of advance their own political goals. And we have this one word here. I think this defines that early Cold War period for me, this issue of conformity. Do we know what this means, conformity?
Stability.
In a certain sense, conformity is where you try to act the way that everyone else acts, where you try to fit in, where you try to fit a model that you think the world wants you to fit. And so in the Cold War, yeah, it's a sort of an assimilation into a dominant American culture. And so we get this issue with suburbanization. We get this issue with even the cultural and consumer choices that people have in terms of watching a certain TV program and sort of in terms of buying certain goods. In order to prove that you were a good, democratic, capitalistic American, you had to conform to that particular culture of America, and you could not deviate from it in any way. If you deviated from that ideal, you were considered suspect and you were considered a potential communist. And so those people that did not accept the dominant American culture as the way it should be, or those people that tried to change it, or people that were fighting for rights like civil rights leaders, or women that were fighting for their own rights, they were considered potentially subversive. Homosexuals were considered.
So kind of like the Salem witch trials, but later on.
Yeah. And yes, and Arthur Miller is going to write The Crucible and use the Salem witch trials to show the similarities between this era. Has anyone ever watched The Twilight Zone?
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's one of the best TV shows ever made. It's very, very well written. But if you want a number of really good historical artifacts of this time in the 1950s and early 1960s, The Twilight Zone is it. And this is one episode from The Twilight Zone that I really like. Professor Kendi, have you happened to see this? Have you ever seen this episode? It's called The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street in The Twilight Zone.
Yeah, probably, but it's been a while.
Been a while, all right. Well,
Yeah.
I think it's one of the greatest examples of that, the expectation of conformity during this era and the Red Scare, early years of the Cold War. In this story, an average suburban community, their power goes out. They see this big light go over ahead of them, and the power goes out, and then people come out and they say, well, what is that? And one little boy says, I know, I read in my comic books that it's aliens. Aliens can do this, and they've shut off our power. And so people say, oh, no, there are no aliens here. Well, maybe there are aliens here. And then they start to look to see if anyone's a little different. And so even the smallest little deviations of what is normally expected, or that little smallest deviation from conformity, it starts to label someone as another, as a potential problem. In this case, a potential alien, but you know, that's really a code word for what?
Communist.
Yeah, communist, right? They could be a communist. And so they look and they see, well, this guy likes to go out in night and look up at the stars. He's a stargazer. Or is he an alien? This guy's working on a ham radio. Oh, is he building a communication device for the aliens? And then at the end of the episode, the aliens actually do appear, and there really were aliens, just like there really were communists in the Red Scare. There weren't as many as people were saying, and they weren't as nefarious and problematic as people were saying, but they existed. They were there. But the one thing I like about this is they say, you know, we don't have to do anything. We don't have to do anything. All we have to do is turn a light on here or there, or lend suspicion on someone else, and they will kill each other. They'll destroy each other. We don't have to provide the destruction. Their own suspicions and their own prejudices can kill. And so we just have to stand back and let them tear each other apart. And so the monsters are due on Maple Street. Really, the monsters are the Americans. They're the mob mentality of the people. And it's a very interesting episode because it's the only episode in the entire series that deviates from the normal standard. I might have frozen up. Is anyone, can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm a little frozen on my screen, so that's okay. We can kind of finish up that way, but just give me some positive reinforcement every now and then so I know you all are here.
We're on the next
But
slide, so it's looking good.
In the episode, every episode, the Rod Serling, who by the way was a critic of mob mentality and McCarthyism and things like that. He was a big critic of that, but ironically, he featured a lot of concerns about morality, like gambling and drinking issues, on his program. But he would end every program by saying, you know, and this could only happen in the Twilight Zone, or, you know, it turns out you're Hitler because this is the Twilight Zone, right? There's always this big twist at the end, right? And he reveals that it's because you're in the Twilight Zone. But he ends this episode and he gives this quote. It's the only time he does that. The tools of conquest do not necessarily come with bombs and explosions and fallout. There are weapons that are simply thoughts, attitudes, prejudices, to be found only in the minds of men. For the record, prejudices can kill, and suspicion can destroy, and the thoughtless, frightened search for a scapegoat has a fallout all of its own, for the children and the children yet unborn. And the pity of it is, these things cannot be confined to the Twilight Zone. It's the only time this episode where he says, this is not something that's only, it cannot be confined just to the Twilight Zone, right? It is a really strong critique of society at this point. If we could we move forward? I think I've lost control of the ability to change the slide, but if we can.
The slide showing is family concerns, juvenile delinquency, and the rebel without a cause.
Yeah.
Okay. Slide 14.
Let me try to log back on really quick, if that's okay. I'll be right back.
Okay. Excellent. So I will wait for Professor Miller to return. Do let me know if you have any questions for my students. I will be posting, as usual, the reaction paper assignment link in the evening chat extra credit folder, which is found in the sidebar menu of the Blackboard course. Most likely, I'll upload it by tomorrow morning.
Okay, I'm back. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
All right, great. Well, I think that someone actually brought up earlier in this presentation about this issue of the family being presented as an idealized family and things like that. Um, in the 1950s and a little bit beyond, there's a great concern that the American family in reality is not living up to the American family on TV. That the I Love Lucy's and the Father Knows Best and the Andy Griffith of the 1960s and things don't align with what is really going on. And there was a great concern about juvenile delinquency in the 1950s. One, because deviancy and delinquency was very closely associated with communism and the idea that these young kids are going off the track and they're doing immoral things that could make them subject to being labeled a communist or even being a communist themselves, and that they're not really lining up to the ideal family, which didn't exist in reality, right? There's no perfect family, but didn't exist, but that they're not lining up here. And so we got Marlon Brando, for example, and we've got the James Dean and Natalie Wood and the Rebel Without a Cause, and this really concerned parents who were very happy to accept the culture of consumerism and mass society that we see that's typical of the affluent society of the 1950s. They say, hey, I suffered through the Great Depression and Great Want. I suffered through World War II. What's wrong with you? Why are you acting out? You've got a home, you've got a refrigerator, you've got a TV, you've got 2 cars, you've got a nice house in the suburbs with a white picket fence and 2.5 kids in your home. This is perfect, right? Why are you acting out? And for a lot of youth, it just wasn't enough. There's a sense of restlessness. There's a sense that there must be something more. And those were considered particularly devious thoughts at the time in the 1950s because of that background of the Cold War and because, the expectation that's being reinforced in other cultural mediums like TV. We have, this is an era where there are growing subsects of pockets of homosexuality in large cities, for example. Great concern about how that's affecting the nuclear family. Wasn't widespread, but there were great concerns. We get the rise of vagrancy laws, which pop up every now and then as a way to kind of regulate morality in a very immoral way itself and kind of target groups of people that you can't target in traditional ways. And then even Playboy magazine. This is an interesting product of the time of the 1950s and 60s. The average American family, the American dad would say, "This is horrible. How could we have such a thing? A nudie magazine. I can't believe what's happening to society." And all these dads all across the country were saying, "I hate Playboy. I can't believe what's happening." And somehow Playboy was selling some magazines. Somehow. And so again, we have kind of a continuation of this hypocrisy and this idea of, sexuality continuing a little bit under the surface, where we're not really talking about it, but it exists. Any comments, Professor Kennedy?
No. This is
The 60s, we have an even stronger rejection of the dominant culture and a very, very, very intense reaction against. This would be what I would consider the most intense reaction against the possibility of regulating vice, the possibility of trying to force a particular morality on a culture, where the youth of the nation, there's a sexual revolution. They reject the sexual mores of their parents. They reject all aspects of the culture of their parents. They dress differently. They live differently. They act differently. There's a hippie couple in New Mexico, clearly dressing a lot different than, Dad in his suit with the tie. Here, figure the creator of gonzo journalism, Hunter S. Thompson. And he kind of embodied that self-indulgent and also self-destructive attitude of the 1960s counterculture, where they were very, very open to trying new things like drugs and free love and things like that. But a lot of this was very self-destructive behavior. They really were like burning candles at both ends. They were very, very bright flames, but went out pretty quickly. And he's an example of this. He killed. He's from my home state of Kentucky, and he writes some brilliant things. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, The Kentucky Derby is Decadent and Depraved. Really excellent works, but he's really he's flouting authority. He goes to Las Vegas to a policeman's convention on narcotics, and he brings every narcotic known to man and makes, he's taking heroin, taking cocaine, drinking, and then showing up to interview and cover the police and things like that. He actually kills himself because it's the end of basketball season and he's bored. Right? There's nothing else to do. And so he's bored, kills himself. Really kind of showing that the vibrancy of the counterculture and the intensity, but how self-destructive it was as well. And Professor Kennedy was talking about rock and roll and Chuck Berry and this concern that parents had about their sons and daughters listening to someone like Chuck Berry. How about this woman here? This is Grace Slick of Jefferson Airplane. And she's telling America's youths to take drugs, right? I don't know if we've ever heard of White Rabbit, the song White Rabbit, but she says one pill makes you larger and one pill makes you small. The ones that mother gives you doesn't do anything at all. Right? In other words, like what your parents give you are meaningless. Go out and take drugs, do stuff, and so here you have this hard rocker woman. It's a woman that's a young girl that's coming out and telling you to not listen to your parents and take drugs and have sex and have a good time. This is very clearly a reaction against the establishment and this expectation of morality. And it kind of reaches its peak around 1968 and then recedes, right, to that triumph of the right, triumph of conservatism. And we get the rise in concern as a reaction to the counterculture and the new left. We get this conservative shift in politics and culture. Phyllis Schlafly, a woman saying, "Stop ERA, stop ERA, stop the Equal Rights Amendment. We need family values. If you give women equal rights, they're going to eliminate some of the privileges they have. If you give women equal rights, you're going to ruin families because women in a bad relationship are going to get divorced because they can find their own job, right? And from one moral perspective, you would say that's probably a good thing. If a woman's in a bad marriage or a bad relationship, she should have the ability to, get out and have some autonomy. But Phil Schlafly and the Stop ERA movement are going to say no. Family values means we need to stop this declining marriage rate. We need to stop the shift of people getting divorced. We need to protect the traditional American family. We have a rise in anti-abortion ideology and really a strong connection. And I think that in terms of single issue voters, even today, 50 years removed from things like Roe v. Wade, this is probably the strongest single issue that really, especially in a conservative background, that people vote for today. It is a moral issue. It is a moral issue, and it's a complex issue. And abortion rights, there's a lot of concerns about this. We get the rise, one of the most important functions to really lead to the modern Republican movement, the modern conservative movement, is the moral majority. The moral majority. And Jerry Falwell, a conservative Christian televangelist, he's going to found this group called the Moral Majority that is going to fight what he calls a war on sin that is going to try to protect what he calls family values, and is going to try to associate family values with Republican politics, and is going to try to push the election of a lot of Republican um, politicians that are going to have a family values agenda, like anti-abortion, anti-gay agenda. He is going to push for that, and the moral majority is going to be fiercely, militantly anti-gay. They are going to really, focus on homosexuality as a threat to the American family, as a threat to children, and really push against this. And they have a great deal of political success. It takes a long time, and there's a lot of successor movements to this. But they really do a great job of trying to show that the Republican politics is the politics of Christianity. They try to make a monopoly on Christian moral values and relate that to Republican politics. Again, I gave the example earlier in the talk about Ronald Reagan really coming to power as a result of the moral majority, even though he himself was not. I mean, he really wasn't a Christian. Let's be honest. He was not a devout man, and he didn't really do a whole lot for them policy-wise. But he appointed a heck of a lot of judges, and a lot of conservative judges are in place as a result of the moral majority. Any comments, Professor Kennedy?
Oh, I'm just thinking that's a lot of, when it's pointed out that how, from liberals or progressives, in this talk where how can you vote for Trump? He's obviously not a Christian. He sleeps with prostitutes, pays them off, and they say, I don't care what kind of person he is. Look at the judges he's able to appoint.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's been, I think, the great irony of the moral majority movement and its successors is a lot of the politicians that have been the flag bearers for these movements are really not, extremely devout men or women, I suppose, as well. And that has been a great concern for them, but they've really overcome that fairly easily. Okay, well, we'll kind of wrap things up by talking about the 1980s and 90s and the culture wars of the era. There really was a very strong push of kind of a reaction to that conservative movement by musicians, actors, mostly musicians, things like that. Concerns that people had about people like this, David Bowie and Elton John, and even to a lesser extent and a little bit earlier, let's say Jim Morrison, kind of new ideas of masculinity and what a person should look like or what a man should aspire to. And David Bowie, very androgynous, unclear whether he's straight or gay, unclear even whether he's a man or a woman in some cases here, very, very androgynous. And that unsettled a lot of, especially conservative folks. There's a huge pushback against black culture and black music. NWA, Tupac, this rap music is really imbued with this moral culture wars where a lot of traditional folks, a lot of conservatives are going to see this just as they did with jazz, just as they did with blues and rock and roll, as a corrupting black musical influence, a corrupting cultural influence, and a lot of concern about rap and the like. The AIDS crisis was the first, to my mind, I think it's the only disease crisis that I can recall where it has a moral connection, where it was considered, at least especially early on, as a bad person's disease, right? That you get this because you're a bad person, you get this because you're gay, or you get this because you're promiscuous, right? And it even has the moniker GRID, gay-related immunodeficiency disease or disorder, right? It is associated with homosexuality so much that its first name has gay in the title, right? And it's really intensely, people will come to view you if you had AIDS as, um, immoral. It has that connection in people's minds, and it takes some time. Magic Johnson was one key figure that really kind of normalized this. Yeah, the basketball star is Magic Johnson. He comes out as
Mhm.
having AIDS. People were throwing bricks at kids that had it to keep them away from their kids. It's ridiculous how people were acting with this. And there's, as more risque female musicians, people like Madonna, who I suppose Madonna seems rather tame now, but when she came out and made very risque videos, very revealing, she embraced her sexuality. She, has, some double entendre in her songs, like a prayer, for example, is kind of giving this idea of religion and prayer, and then also giving an idea of, pretty raunchy sex. Um, this is concerning a lot of people. And during the Reagan administration, there is a real pushback on a lot of these cultural changes, particularly blacks. I would call it the war on blacks waged by Ronald Reagan. The war on drugs is an extension of that, where he tries to criminalize behavior that is more commonly associated among the African American community. And this has even recently come out in some kind of transcripts and some recorded conversations of the Reagan cabinet, where they're explicitly talking about this, and they say, well, we can't throw black people in jail for being black, but we can for smoking crack, right? It's a very strong push by them to criminalize black behavior, black culture that they thought was, an affront to the dominant white culture at the time. Any last words or comments on this?
Yeah, I mean that even goes back to Nixon as well. I mean
Yeah.
that's kind of to where the war to create this schedule for drugs was explicitly to go after militant black activists who were involved in the Black Power movement and anti-war activists. Like we can't get them for their political beliefs, but if we put marijuana at this certain level of criminality, we could put these people away for a long time in prison and get them out of the way and stop them from criticizing our political agendas.
Yeah, and I would add to that part of this is a political motivation and a recognition that a lot of the base now of that new Republican Party, the new right here, these are people that are disaffected by the civil rights movement, that are, passively or even latently racist in some ways, and connecting black culture to immoral culture. This was a political goal, a political agenda, and it was realized in great effect by Reagan and Nixon as well. And to a lesser extent, Bush won, but Bush did. What was the commercial he ran about the Willie? What was his name? Willie something or other.
Oh, Willie Horton.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
This is dog whistle racism essentially for a political goal.
And that goes back even to the criminalization of cannabis. Even naming it marijuana was a way of back in the 30s to align Mexican immigrants with the drug and to distant from white culture, because going back to the jazz era, that was becoming a huge concern of young white teenage women going to hang out at jazz clubs and getting high on cannabis with black musicians.
Yeah, and again, they blame it wasn't the white women that made those choices, right? It was the it was the mesmeric effect of that jazz that just kind of corrupted them. That black culture just sort of corrupted them.
Ooh,
Like
and
a
that's
lot of,
weird. That is a really weird history too, going back to the plantation slave era. You know, it was just, it was commonplace and obvious, and it's obvious that if a person has absolute control over people, as a plantation owner did, he inevitably was having sex with his slaves, right, and having children with them, and in a sense enslaving his children. But when you think about like the mistress of the plantation, who relatively didn't have as much, just as few rights as the slaves, as a woman in southern antebellum southern culture, what she would begin to notice over a few years is the children out in the plantation had a remarkable resemblance to her husband. And then she was able to put two and two together of, oh my gosh, I know what my husband's doing late at night. He's not going up to the library to study or to write letters. He's going out to rape the slaves and having children with them. And so it wouldn't be uncommon for the young mistress of the plantation to find a young, handsome slave to have a marital affair with. But if that got found out, this would be serious trouble for both parties. And so the mystique, this idea of you've got to watch out for black male sexuality, because white women, for some reason, can't control themselves in the presence of black sexuality. And so this is a long trope in American history that goes back a long ways. And bringing up Madonna, I remember clearly being a teenager of one of her videos, and it was like, it was anticipated that in this video there is going to be a white woman and a black man making out, and it was so controversial. And so, I mean, at the beginning of this talk, we were talking about how morals change, and I think, you know, today, if you see, you know, interracial people kissing and showing affection, it would not even bring up a conversation. But even as late as the 1980s, this was a major source of controversy that garnered a lot of eyeballs on her videos.
And I think to piggyback on your, like, the mesmeric thing about the antebellum slaves or pre-antebellum, antebellum slaves and the mistresses, there was the same sort of ideology with foreigners and immigrants as well. This, like, Svengali, Jews as well. The Svengali type of manipulating mesmeric effect on women. If we're familiar with the story Dracula, how many of us know the story of Dracula?
Mm-hmm.
Right. The story of Dracula back in the 1890s, and again, another one of those 1930s horror films. It is about purity of blood. Dracula, his threat isn't, he's not going to blow up the world or take over the world or kill every person. His threat is a very personal one. It's the chastity and the virtue and the value of a woman's sexuality. And he's not black, he's not a person of color, but he is a foreigner. He's an immigrant. And there is, Dracula is all about purity of blood, and this idea that there should not be miscegenation, there should not be the mixing of cultures, the mixing of blood, be it people of different races or be it, immigrants, even if they're white. And I think, maybe that's a bad example since that's British, I guess, but it was well received in America as well. And I think that relates to lasting, long-standing American anxieties, and this idea that, if a woman chose to enter into a relationship with an immigrant, with someone from some other person of color, that was not something that she did of her own free will. She must have been tricked or duped or mesmerized into doing that.
Yeah.
That's all I have. I'm free to answer any questions that anyone has, but I know we went a little bit on the long side here, so
That was well worth it. This is you encapsulated, 300 years of history within this theme.
It's a lot to cover, right?
No, quite well, and it definitely warranted the time frame that we went through. Yeah, is there any questions or parting comments that a student would like to contribute here?
And thank you all for showing up and giving us your attention. We do appreciate that and appreciate you engaging outside of the classroom. That's very good of you.
Yeah. I would like to recommend a book along the lines of this theme. It's called Renegade History of the United States by Thaddeus Russell. And it's an accessible book. He's an academic, but he writes non-academically in this book. So anybody could just kind of pick this up and kind of run through it. But basically, he argues that any progress that you want to point to comes from the renegades of history, going back from the colonial era right up to the present day. So he looks to mobsters, prostitutes, drug dealers as people who constantly push back against kind of this oppressive movement towards trying to stifle individuality. It's an interesting read, and it's an accessible read. You don't have to be an historian to kind of thumb through it. It's an engaging read. So it's there in the comments if you ever want to check it out. Renegade History of the United States. Interesting book that kind of runs along the themes of this talk here.
Excellent. I'm not familiar with that, and if I could plug one book similar to that, Bram Dijkstra's Idols of Perversity. It's an kind of an intersection of history and art history, and it talks a lot about what we've talked about. Deals a whole lot with ideas of nonconformity, immorality, and perversity in art. And there are some very consistent themes that you see again and again. And, it's again kind of showing you some of the dog whistle type of stuff of the of various eras and what it meant. Really an interesting book as well, although it is a little bit more, I think, along the academic side of things. But that's a pretty good book as well. And thank you for the invite. I enjoyed doing this and enjoyed the commentary and from you, Professor Kendi, and from all the engagement we got from the students. Very good.
Excellent. Well, thanks to Professor Miller, and thanks to all the students. You guys have an enjoyable night, and I'll have for my class, I'll have the assignment link up tomorrow morning. So if you have the paper ready, you can upload it. It'll be due by a Friday of this week. So take care, everybody. You guys have a good evening.
All right, great. See you guys.